Over in Kershaw County, it's all hands on deck as the Sheriff's Department works to clear fallen trees from roads across the county. Over in northern Newberry County, it's a process for road crews busy plowing the snow from all lanes of I-26. And this video was shared by a Chapin family headed back from Georgia east along I-20. The snow really coming down in that area. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Darcy Strickland. It is now noon on this Sunday afternoon, and we're on your side with another update on the winter weather moving throughout the Midlands. Joining me now with a closer look at the track of the storm, Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte, and Daniel Bonds has also been following along. Guys, it's been a busy Sunday for us today.
Yeah, Daniel and I have been to is it already afternoon? Well, the key thing is that the weather it starts to taper off a little bit, but really not that much. Let me show you what's going on currently. On the radar, you can see we still have quite a bit of precipitation falling. Now, the good news is that a lot of it is starting to let up, which is a good thing, but still very heavy rainfall in areas of Sumter, Lee County, especially eastern Lee County from Maysburg all the way down to I-95. And then you get into Clarendon County, lots of heavy rainfall and still quite a bit of heavy rainfall on the I-26, I-95 crossroads heading east to say like Holly Hill and Tugtown. But notice, overall picture is that everything is transitioning now to rain, which is a great thing. It's still cold out there, no matter how you slice it. All of our temperatures, at least for the ones that are reporting, and by the way, the ones that aren't reporting, they're probably frozen right now. But the air temperatures overall are at least above freezing, so that's a good thing. The bad thing is that the wind chills are still below freezing in many areas. And again, the big problem is that when the wind chills are below freezing, even though the roads look pretty good, as windy as it is, with winds gusting now still anywhere from 25 to 30 miles an hour up above, those trees are continuing to move around, and as they flail in the winds, well, that's where we get all of these reports of the trees coming down. Now, all of this is continuing to move generally to the northeast. The only downside is that even though we're getting breaks, and for the most part this is just rain, it's going to continue at least for the next few hours, and then it'll start tapering off. Really, we should start seeing it tapering off as it is right now in the western Midlands for all of the Midlands within the next hour or so. Here's the only bad part. There is a lot of precipitation after the clearing that is moving through portions of Georgia, Alabama, and the Tennessee Valley, and that may swing around. And Daniel, the last track that you and I were looking at, it's actually tracking a little bit further south. So we're looking at the possibility of some of us seeing more precipitation after the break.
Yeah, you're right. And that'll be included with some of those cold winds, as you just mentioned. So we are expecting those winds to continue. There could be some more precipitation after this precipitation shield kind of moves on out. But as Efren just mentioned, it looks like a lot of that rainfall is starting to break up just a touch. Here are all the ice and fallen tree and tree limbs that have broken, at least the reports so far. We've got over 45 of those, and this is just a start. We'll be getting more of these reports as we continue through the rest of this afternoon and certainly into tonight. But here's our forecast model. This is how we kind of expect things to play out. And notice from the radar what we're actually seeing lining up pretty well with what we're expecting. So we'll start things off at 1 o'clock, and notice the showers begin to come to an end. 2 o'clock, notice that shower activity continues to end. And then as that colder air moves in, basically from the northwest, there may be that small potential we could have a stray snowflake or two, maybe even a flurry across parts of the Midlands. Nothing to get excited about, but something we may can enjoy later this afternoon and this evening. Looking ahead towards tomorrow morning, we're clear, but the bad thing is it's going to be cold tomorrow morning, so any of that precipitation that's left over from all the rain we've had, it may refreeze. So that's something you'll have to pay attention to tomorrow morning. There will be that potential for some black ice. As we get into tomorrow afternoon, we should see a lot of sunshine. Our forecast models indicating some trace amounts to maybe less than 1/10 of an inch of additional ice accumulation for the northern half of the Midlands. That's the area that's still under that freeze warning. So that's Kershaw County, Fairfield, and Newberry counties. And so that freeze warning is still in effect. As we mentioned, there may be that very small chance we could see a snowflake or two. Again, that's not the major issue. It's the freezing rain. That's the bigger issue. So a couple novelty snowflakes out there across the Midlands. But tomorrow morning, you will have to watch, if you do happen to have to go to work, you'll have to watch that potential for some black ice. And so what is black ice? We've talked about this a couple of times. A very thin layer of ice. It's not really black, but it's basically transparent. And it makes the roads very, very slippery. And it being transparent, it's hard to see, basically. It's clear, so you're going to not really see it. By the time you realize you just rode over it, it's too late. You're kind of in a bad situation sometimes. But gradually that wintry mix will come to an end. High temperatures probably in the upper 30s, low 40s later today. 44 degrees tomorrow for your Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. And notice those temperatures do increase seasonable levels by Wednesday, and then it's going to cool down once again, it looks like, towards the end of the work week and into the weekend. And we will be tracking another storm system that may bring us some precipitation towards the end of the work week and into the weekend, but we'll worry about that later. We're still tracking the wintry weather this morning or this afternoon, and we'll be following that all day long. Darcy?
Daniel, one day at a time. That's all we can do. Thank you so much. Our News 19 crews are out across several communities surveying the weather conditions, the road conditions, and checking to see if there's any damage. We're out there so you don't have to be. We're going to start our team coverage this hour with Julia Kaufman. She's in Newberry County. Julia, what's it look like at this hour? We know that crews have been out. The Department of Transportation has been out cleaning roads because there are some parts of Newberry County that are seeing snow.
Yes, in fact, they are. And rain has really picked up here in the last few minutes, but ice is still a factor. Trees are still covered in ice. I actually brought a small branch we found on the sidewalk. These are covering the sidewalks in downtown Newberry and on the roads, just to show you guys the ice that accumulates on these branches, which makes them heavy and easier to fall, and how fast we saw this ice accumulate on these branches. We've been out here all morning, and it was just rain at first, and the ice accumulated in about 30 minutes. So these frozen branches have caused a power line to go down on Wilson Road. Several traffic lights went out earlier this morning. I spoke to one Newberry resident that had to get a hotel room because her power went out in her home, and the company told her it wouldn't be back on until midnight. And a manager of a local store said she actually did see snowflakes on her walk to work this morning.
It was crazy to see snow in South Carolina, so that was pretty cool. But the ice is weighing down the trees. That's pretty worrisome with the wind, especially. I know I went on Newberry Now, and I made sure power was still on Main Street. But there are a lot of places that do not have power right now.
Sarah said her power was out for a moment at home too, so she came by work to make sure their coolers were on, and she plans to be open for a little while to feed the people staying in the hotels here downtown. So Darcy, we talked about roadways earlier. A large section of I-26 eastbound in Newberry County was blocked, but now SCDOT is reporting that is now cleared and back open.
It's very good news, Julia Kaufman. Thank you so much. Our team coverage continues now in another county that's predicted to see some messy winter weather. That's Fairfield County, and that's where we find News 19's Rachel Ripp. Rachel, I know you've been throughout the county over the last several hours, and it looks like the conditions are changing in every location you've stopped in.
They truly are, Darcy. Honestly, just within the last 5 minutes, there's been heavy rain. It's loosened up a little bit, and now we're not really feeling any rain. We're just feeling a light drizzle, but it was also sleeting just about an hour ago. We're here at We're here at an apartment complex, and a lot of these residents here have told me that they are without power today. Now, we have seen that this situation obviously has just escalated with the icy conditions and everything like that. Those people that are without power say that they were without power starting at 6:30 this morning. Now, one of those residents, he heard an alarm before his power was out, and he says that his family is trying to stay warm. They're wearing layers, they have their extra food, and they're just trying to pray for that power to come back on. Now, again, it's very, very cold out here. We've seen lots of tree branches, tree debris in the road. We've seen all of that sort of thing. And so if you are here in the Winsboro area, please stay safe. Please stay off the roads if you don't have to drive. Reporting live in Winsboro, Rachel Ripp, News 19, WLTX.
Rachel, thank you so much. And hopefully the power will be back on for those residents again very soon. We know it's not just them. South Carolina Department of Emergency Management saying at least 100,000 customers are in the dark at this hour. We're going to continue our team coverage. We're going to go from Fairfield County back into Richland County here in the capital city. That's where we find Walker Lawson with more on this wintry mix of precipitation. Walker.
And we are out here on Senate Street in downtown Columbia. Now, we moved locations to let you guys get a better look at what's going on in the city and where we're at. Winds have started to pick up a little bit. And as you can see behind me, ice is also starting to accumulate on the trees. So as you can see, some of the branches behind me are starting to sag from the amount of ice that's on them. So again, we're watching that. Thankfully, we haven't seen any tree limbs down across the city, but we'll keep you posted from downtown Columbia. I'm Walker Lawson, News 19, WLTX.
All right, Walker, thank you so much. Law enforcement has been encouraging you to stay at home and stay off the roads, but by the number of accidents we've seen across the area, it looks like everybody is not heeding that warning. South Carolina Trooper David Jones joins us now live on the phone to talk more about the conditions on area roadways. Trooper Jones, thanks for calling in this afternoon.
Hey, Darcy, and I tell you, the big thing is conditions are changing from one county to the next. And what we're seeing is a lot of motorists are leaving to go out to check on the elderly or go check on their neighbors, and we understand that. But as they go from, say, Lexington to Newberry, those roadway conditions change drastically. Just in the last few minutes, the town of Lexington tweeted out power's out on 378 at Quarry Mill Road. That's a huge intersection. 378, those lights are affected. There's power lines down in the Spring Valley area. So be mindful that if you're out and about, you may encounter some of these larger intersections where traffic control devices aren't operating. So, again, if you can stay off the road, it does us a favor. It keeps yourself safe. Again, we preach the message. Tune in at WLTX for all the coverage and see all the snow you want on television, but save yourself the trouble. Save us the hassle and stay home if you can.
Trooper Jones, which areas of the state are seeing the worst roadways?
You know, as I talk to my counterparts in the upstate, they've seen a large amount of winter weather. They see trees falling, power lines out, interstates closing, and that's north. So Rock Hill, York County, Greenville, Spartanburg, up that way. Just know that you encounter the snow and you see that, and people know that snow covering the roadway is a dangerous condition. A lot of times we see people who get in crashes there who say, I'm a good driver in snow, I came from up north. But what they don't realize is under the snow, or even when the road looks clear, there's a lot of ice presence. And no matter what kind of driving skill you have, ice creates a dangerous situation for every driver, even for us in law enforcement. So we want people to be safe. If you encounter some of these poor road conditions, first and foremost, reduce your speed and slow down. That's the biggest factor to a lot of the crashes that we see. Limit your distractions. Don't try and take videos or pictures while you drive and put the phone down. Pay attention to the road ahead. And if you see a down tree, there may be a down power line just on the other side of that. So be mindful of that. Don't ever try and drive over these power lines. If you see a road hazard, you can call star 47 that calls us direct, or call 911 and let them know. But again, conditions are changing from one area to the next as the days going on. Just recently, like I said, we've seen more power outages in Lexington, where Lexington didn't have the ice and the weather like northern Richland had or Newberry County had, but we're starting to see the effects here as well. So be mindful of that and know that we're out in full force 24/7. So if you need us, we're going to be here for you.
Trooper Jones, we know the Department of Transportation is really monitoring the major roadways first, doing their best to clear those roads for drivers, obviously interstates and major roads. But what about the folks who have to travel on the back roads if they do have to get out? What is your advice to them?
You know, these secondary roadways really is where most of the collisions occur. As the years have gone on, historically, we've seen where the secondary roadways may not get as much attention. even in some of our major thoroughfares like the interstates. So if you're on one of these secondary roads, just know that you may encounter fallen trees. You may see down power lines. Be mindful of that. You may see ice and snow. So again, if you have to travel and you're in some of these northern counties that experience worse conditions, remember to reduce your speed. Make sure your loved one knows where you're headed or where you're going to in case you do get in a crash. Make sure your cell phone's charged. Go ahead and throw a blanket in your car in case you do find yourself stranded. You can stay warm. But again, if you can stay home, do so until the temperatures rise and some of these roads clear. The South Carolina Department of Transportation is out in full force. I can tell you, as I travel around the Midlands, I'm seeing trucks and scrapers and big rigs spraying salt brine everywhere. So I can attest that they're out in full force and doing a great job in keeping these roadways clear. But again, some of these secondary roadways is what typically poses a threat for a lot of motorists. So as the days going on, we know that people are started driving. And if you were to look at our incident list on our website, our crashes have increased too as drivers hit the road. So we know that if you can stay home and avoid some of these roadways, it could go where our call volume. So we want you to be safe. Again, we can't stress enough. If you want to see the snow, tune in to WLTX, watch it on TV, go to Facebook, see your friends, but don't try and get in the car and go find it.
Trooper David Jones with the State Highway Patrol, thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Darcy.
All right, folks, so you just heard it from Trooper David Jones that the roads are not where you want to be this afternoon. Here's a look at some pictures posted on the South Carolina National Guard's Facebook page. Trooper Jones told us the upstate is where they're seeing the majority of the snow. We've also heard that from our weather team. It looks like a good bit of snow there today, but the National Guard doing what they always do and what they do best is to keep people safe and help them in times of need. Take a look at some of these other pictures. We got some folks over in Elgin who were posting to the News 19 Facebook page. Thank you so much for sending in these pictures. We know all of that ice has brought down trees across several communities, not only in backyards, but also across roadways. So falling tree limbs also oftentimes lead to power outages. Again, another reason why you should try to just do as Trooper Jones told you, stay inside and watch this mess on WLTX. More pictures. We cannot thank you enough for sending these photos in. You guys help us tell a better story. So when it is safe to do so, please snap a picture. This is out of the Greenville area. We're not only just on air, but we're also online. This is out of Wildwood, Shallowbrook Drive in Columbia, the northeast part of Richland County. So we've got people not only across South Carolina, but all across the country who are watching our coverage today. They have friends and family in the state, and they want to know exactly what's happening in their community. So that explains why we've got pictures from across the state, not just here in the Midlands. But for the most part, you can see people are telling us about the ice on the branches. That's Lake Carolina. Cynthia, who lives in Sumter, says this was her friend's deck in Greenville at 7:45 this morning. So what a difference just a couple hundred miles can really make. That's Fort Mill this morning at daybreak, and another picture from Prosperity in Newberry County. So it has become a rain and an ice event for us here in the Midlands. We've seen a few, in Daniel Bond's words, novelty snowflakes across the area, but we are still a long way away from this weather event being over. With that being said, Lexington County residents, we need you to listen up. The Lexington Police Department says there is standing water on South Lake Drive, Highway 6 at Railroad Avenue. The water is covering the outbound lane. Law enforcement is encouraging you to use caution in that area and, if possible, to avoid it altogether. Let's talk about power outages. The Lexington Police Department also says there is currently a power outage on the 4300 block of Sunset Boulevard, causing traffic lights to stop working in that area. If you remember back to driving school, when the traffic lights aren't working, you use it like a four-way stop. Police say to be alert for officers who are directing traffic in that area. And as we've said all morning, with this type of winter storm, there are going to be power outages. And right now, here's an update on power outages. The winds picked up around Richland County within the last hour or so, And because of that, there are thousands of customers who are in the dark. The latest information that we've gotten in from the Emergency Management Division showed that statewide there could be as many as 100,000 customers who are in the dark. So we say that to say this: if you do currently have power, because we know some of you are probably watching us on your News 19 mobile app. So if you are lucky enough to still have power right now, charge your phone, charge all of your electronics. And then that way, if you do lose power, you don't have to lose access to information, because you can always go to the News 19 mobile app, our website, any of our social media platforms, and keep up to date on how this winter storm is progressing. But again, 100,000 power outages statewide as of about 30 minutes ago. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to talk with Sheriff Daniel Simon from Lee County about the conditions there as well.
Well, we got freezing rain over here. The grass lines are iced over, and some of the trees. And I've just heard on the radio a couple of transformers has blown in several areas of the county. So it appears that some residents don't have some powers here. Don't have power.
All right, that's Sheriff Daniel Simon. I also talked with Sheriff Lee Bowen in Kershaw County about the issues people living there are experiencing. Listen in.
We got a little frost on our trees. The roads haven't froze over yet. Power out in a few areas of the county, but other than that, it's hadn't got bad yet. Hopefully we'll keep people off the roads. We have two other shifts and some of our admin personnel on standby in case it does get bad.
Well, the good news is if you don't have to go outside, it's a Sunday. Tomorrow is a holiday. Take some time inside and enjoy your Sunday and your Monday. But again, a final look at the radar. As you can see, there's still lots of green, which means rain, but there's also areas that you see pink. And if this picture widened out a bit, you'd see some white, indicating that there is snow as well. So we still have a little while before we're out of this winter situation, this winter weather situation, but News 19 is not going anywhere. We're going to sign off online, but you can always follow the developments and the changes around the Midlands on our website at WLTX.com. Stay with us. We'll join you again a little bit later today.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your Roku or Amazon Fire device and watch it again right now.
Good Sunday afternoon and welcome to News 19. I'm Darcy Strickland and it is time for another weather update. Conditions across the Palmetto State have been changing hour by hour. Joining me now with a closer look at the track of the storm, Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante and Meteorologist Daniel Bonds.
Darcy, you said this afternoon. I'm like, yeah, it is afternoon now. Well, let's start off with a little bit of good news. How about a little bit more good news as we're going into 1:30 in the afternoon? Notice, well, rain is starting to come to an end in many areas. This is a current radar loop. You notice in areas of Orangeburg County, most of Calhoun, and you get into maybe Aiken and Lexington, the rain is finally coming to an end. In Saluda, a little bit of showers in Edgefield to start to push towards the southern portions of the country, but still some light scattered showers and maybe moderate rainfall scattered, especially in Sumter County and in Kershaw County, but otherwise the rain is starting to taper off. That's the good news. How about a little bit better news? Well, all of that continues to lift, and notice as the radars are looping over the last 1 hour, there's not a lot coming out of the low country, so we're starting to clear out, and the best part of all is that as windy as it's been and sustained winds, look at these now. Winds are starting to lighten up drastically. We're dealing with maybe at most Sumter 12 to Bishopville 14 miles an hour coming straight out of the east, but many areas in the northern, western, and southern Midlands, the winds are finally starting to taper down. A little bit more news. This is the current temperatures right now. With the exception of Winnsboro at 32 degrees, everybody is sitting at least 1 degree, if not higher, above freezing. And if you've noticed the trees outside, you're starting to notice the trees that were covered in a lot of ice, they're not covered anymore. They're still pretty wet. How about even better news? Here's the 4-hour loop of the satellite. Notice lots of clearing and getting into the low country and then into central and southern Georgia. So there is a chance we could actually see a little bit of sunshine, probably for the southern half of the Midlands for a short period of time, which is going to be a great thing because it'll start drying things out as the rain tapers off. The only downside is that as strong as this weather complex is, there's still a lot of precipitation. It's a mixed bag, but it's moving through portions of northern Alabama and Georgia. The good thing about that, Daniel, is that if we're going to get more on the back end, we're not looking at much.
No, not whatsoever. Not expecting a whole lot of precipitation once that main precipitation shield does move out of the area. But we still do have those ice storm warnings in effect for Newberry, Fairfield, and Kershaw counties. And we do have the winter weather advisory in effect for Saluda, Richland, Calhoun, Clarendon, Sumter, and Lee counties. Traveling up towards the northern half of the Midlands, not very good. Definitely discouraged at this point, especially in that area where that ice storm warning is in effect. As Efren just mentioned, we got some decreasing rain, southern half of the Midlands. That's obviously great news. The bad news is we've had a lot of freezing rain and ice reports all across the Midlands, nearly 70 at this point. We'll be adding on to these as we continue to push through the rest of the day. Obviously, still getting in those reports ever so often. Here's the forecast. Notice at least this particular forecast model showing the rain decreasing, maybe a little bit of sunshine in the southern half of the Midlands, but it's also showing some colder air starting to move in. Possibility we could have maybe a stray snowflake, maybe a snow flurry, basically north of I-20. Here's 4 o'clock, a little bit of sunshine possible before the sun goes down, and then as we push through the evening hours, notice there still may be that small chance for a stray snowflake. We'll call it a novelty snowflake or two. There won't be a lot of that out there. The bigger story today by far is the freezing rain. And then tonight, we're expecting these skies to kind of clear out. It's going to be cold. Temperatures pretty close to freezing, maybe below freezing in some areas. So we could have black ice tomorrow morning. The good news about that, it's a holiday, so a lot of people will be off. Schools are out, so a lot of people won't have to be on the roads. But if you're one of the unlucky ones and do have to work, you do want to pay close attention to the roads tomorrow for that potential for some black ice. We will have some sunshine tomorrow afternoon. As far as our ice forecast is concerned, can't totally rule out a little bit more trace amounts in the northern half of the Midlands where that ice storm warning is in effect. Elsewhere, not expecting any more freezing rain. And just to show you this, just to be fair, because everyone was hoping for some snow, unfortunately this is an ice event, there may be trace amounts of snow from Saluda, Newberry, Fairfield, and Kershaw counties. Once again, trace amounts, not a big deal whatsoever. High temperatures today, upper 30s, low 40s. We'll go mid 40s tomorrow for your Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. Low 50s on Tuesday. Seasonal by Wednesday, and then the rain is going to move back into the area. System we'll have to watch after this one gets out of here. We'll be paying close attention to this one. It's going to be colder on Friday. Right now, chance for some precipitation. And as you can see, temperatures not going to be very warm Friday or Saturday, with highs probably struggling into the mid 30s Friday, maybe only around 40 degrees on Saturday. But we'll worry about that one later. We're still dealing with this one. We still do have some rain and some freezing rain, at least in the northern half of the Midlands. Darcy?
Bonds, thank you so much. Earlier today, the State Emergency Management Division tweeted out this graphic representing the number of power outages around the state. The agency confirming more than 100,000 power outages in our state. At last check, Dominion Energy reported about 8,000 customers in the dark, stressing to those of you who are Dominion Energy customers to download the mobile app so if your power does go out, you're able to notify them. Here's a look at some of the traffic cameras from around this state. There's a lot of snow on the roads to maneuver in the upstate. This is I-85 headed south. This is a live picture in that area. You can see not many people on the roads, which is exactly what law enforcement is stressing. They don't want you out on the roads. The safe place for you to be today is inside, because even though it hasn't been a snow event for us here in the Midlands, it has been an icy situation. Take a look at this video shared with us out of northeast Richland County. A resident there sending in this video to WLTX. You can see the ice accumulating on the trees in their backyard, and unfortunately, when trees have that much ice on them, they snap, the limbs break, fall on power lines, and then that leaves lots and lots of people in the dark. Again, we want to encourage you to make sure you've downloaded the News 19 mobile app. That way, even if your power does go out, you don't lose contact with us. More pictures from around the Palmetto State. Palmetto State Chasers here saying, here comes the power line issues from the freezing rain in northern South Carolina. This is Lockhart Road and Highway 34. In northern Kershaw County. It was from early this morning, 9:20 this morning is when they tweeted that out. Let's see what else we have. Alex Calamia sending in pictures and video of what it looks like outside of his home in the northeast part of Richland County. Again, early this morning, we had lots of ice on tree limbs. We know that there have been several trees that have fallen across the area. And so another reason why law enforcement is stressing to you the importance of staying off the roads. Only go out if you have to. A picture out of Greenville. We know, again, this has not been a snow event for us here in the Midlands or even in the Low Country, but our neighbors to the north have definitely seen their fair share of the white stuff. Again, more trees down across parts of the Midlands, across parts of Columbia. I know Kershaw County has seen their fair share of snow. I should say their fair share of trees down. Over in Whitmire, I was on the phone just a few minutes ago with Sheriff Lee Foster. He said that they have seen a dusting of snow. A lot of people in that community without power, but the sheriff stressing, don't dial 911 if your power goes out. All right, folks, we're going to wrap up right here. Quick look at what's happening across the Midlands, but we'll be back on air again today at 3 o'clock with more on the winter weather moving through the Midlands.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your Roku or Amazon Fire device and watch it again right now.
Good Sunday afternoon, and thank you so much for joining. Good Sunday afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us for News 19. I'm Darcy Strickland. We are continuing with our around-the-clock coverage of the winter weather moving throughout the Midlands. It's time for another update on the weather conditions across our area. We have crews throughout the Midlands working to keep you safe, covering down trees and power lines and even the potential for slick roads overnight. We're going to start, though, with meteorologist Daniel Bonds, who's been tracking this system all day. Daniel.
Right, Darcy. We've been watching this one basically all week, but we've been following it very closely today. Now, the good news is across at least most of the Midlands, the winter weather advisories have been allowed to expire, but we still do have the ice storm warning for the northern half of the Midlands. That does include Newberry, Fairfield, and Kershaw counties, and that's going to continue until early Monday morning. So right now, those are the only areas under any kind of wintry weather advisories, at least at this point. Here's our satellite radar composite of the last several hours. You notice the rain that's moved through the area, the freezing rain, especially in the northern half of the Midlands. Got a little break in the activity for most of the area, but you notice out towards the west, there's some light rain that may be crossing the Savannah River later. That may bring in another small chance for a little bit of shower activity, but as of right now, very quiet. We did have a little bit of mixed precipitation up towards Newberry and Fairfield counties over there near Lake Monticello. It looks like that is kind of winding down as well. Temperature is still pretty cold in the northern half of the Midlands. It's 32 degrees in Winnsboro, but you look towards our south, it is a little bit warmer for you guys in Orangeburg, checking in at 45 degrees, still upper 30s in Lexington and Columbia. So for the most part, we're above freezing for the majority of the Midlands as of 3 o'clock. Obviously, that's good news, but still freezing in Winnsboro. Other good news, those winds are not as strong as they were earlier in the day. Those winds have decreased in strength. 3 miles per hour in Columbia, calm basically in Sumter right now, and 4 miles per hour in Lexington. So that's excellent news there. Those winds have calmed down a touch, but it is still pretty cold outside, and it looks like that's going to be the trend into tonight as well. Right, Corey?
That's really the thing. As we go into the overnight, the chance of below freezing temperatures again, and that's where we could run into some issues with travel to start off your Monday morning. Black ice being expected overnight, mainly north and west of I-20, but here around the 20 corridor could see some patchy black ice issues to start off your Monday morning. So let's talk about what to expect. Daniel mentioned we're sitting above freezing in most communities so far this afternoon. In fact, we're sitting at 39 in Columbia with cloudy skies, but there is some sunshine working into the southern Midlands, so that should help dry us out a little bit as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. But overnight, temperatures expected to fall. So anything that's on the ground that's liquid, or even the sleet snow mix that we saw in some of the very northern portions of Newberry County, well, that could refreeze overnight. So walking you through what we can expect, most of the precipitation is done for today, but we can't rule out some lighter precipitation, maybe even a couple flurries as we go towards around 7 to 9 p.m. tonight. You'll see that working through our northwestern counties right around 7 p.m. So something we'll watch for there, but notice temperatures already getting below freezing around 7 p.m. in Newberry and Winnsboro, and that's where the black ice start will be the biggest as we go into the overnight. By about 11 o'clock, most of the viewing area getting pretty chilly with temperatures right around freezing, upper 20s expected as you head north of the I-20 corridor. And then as you get up in the morning, well, skies will start to clear out. We're going to be windy as well. The wind chills in the morning will easily be into the upper to middle 20s to start off the day. So a very cold start to your Monday. As we do go towards the afternoon, though, we warm up, and so that black ice concern should go away as we head towards the midday to afternoon hours. As we warm up, you can see 34 in Winnsboro, 36 in Lexington, 39 in Orangeburg right around 11 a.m. And we get into the lower to middle 40s as we head into the afternoon. Overall, pretty chilly day here across the Midlands. But overall, the impacts of this system should be gone by that point outside of any power outages that we saw today. Those should take a little time to probably be restored as we go throughout the next few days. Let's talk about the black ice, though. What is it? Well, it's a thin layer of ice. It's whenever we get that liquid precipitation on the ground, as long as it's there and our temperatures get at or below freezing like we're expecting tonight, could cause some issues on the roadway and make them slippery. can't really see the ice either. So that's really the biggest concern with that as you head overnight. Mainly Newberry, Fairfield counties, northern Kershaw are probably where we're going to have the most widespread hazardous road conditions tonight. So just keep that in mind if you do have to head out early in the morning. There might be some slippery spots. Now take a look at the 5-day forecast. Tomorrow going to be on the breezy side, 44 degrees, so on the cooler side, but we're starting to warm up as you head towards the middle of the week. Pretty seasonal for this time of year, lower to even upper 50s as we head towards the middle of the week. But some changes in the forecast. We have to talk about it. Some of the coldest air we've seen so far this season, pushing in towards the end of the week. I think maybe another chance of wintry weather as you head towards the end of the week. Of course, we're going to talk more about that in our shows coming up tonight, so you can always tune in. Back to you, Darcy.
Corey, Daniel, thank you both so much. As Corey just mentioned, one of the areas that we have seen significant icing and even a little bit of snow was over in Newberry County. We're joined now on the phone by Newberry County Sheriff Lee Foster. Sheriff Foster, thank you so much for spending a couple of minutes talking to us. I know you've been out all day going throughout the county and assessing the conditions. Can you hear me, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you now.
All right, perfect. Can you tell me what you're seeing?
Well, right now, we've got some big snowflakes falling and sleet mixed in with it, and light wind blowing. Don't know where this one came from, but we've been surprised all day.
Sheriff Foster, we're putting up some of the photos that you texted me earlier today. We see there's some damage at a car dealership as well as snow over at a church. It seems like you all have seen a wide variety of this wintry weather mix.
We have. It's ranged from rain, sleet, freezing rain, and snow. Whitmire, which is in the northern part of Newberry County, and Carnage, both had a little bit of accumulation of sleet and snow. Whitmire having the most. Right now we're battling trees falling and falling on power lines and having widespread power outages. But I tell you what, I watched one of the power crews work. How they make any sense out of that stuff once it hits the ground, I don't know, but they do a fabulous job.
I noticed that on Twitter you mentioned that the power crews are out there doing the best work they can to get everybody's power back on. But you're encouraging your residents not to dial 911 when their power goes out. Talk more about that.
Well, the power company's telephones get inundated with calls. If you have several thousand people out, their phone lines get inundated with calls, and they can't take any more calls, and their voicemail fills up. So it's just a natural tendency to call 911 when the power goes out. And we don't mind trying to help folks, but we got, during that same time when you have power outages, you have fires and people with medical emergencies coming about. So it's just, we don't have a magical number for the power company. We've got the same number that y'all do. It's best to use technology if you can. Most all the power companies have an app that you can download on your phone, or you can go to their website, or you can put it on their Facebook page. But chances are they'll know the power's out anyway. But we don't mind trying to help people. That's what we're here. But try to avoid using 911.
Sheriff Foster, what's your plan for this evening with the threat of black ice in your area?
Well, our plan is to monitor it, and if we see a spot, we'll call DOT and get them to come out here and put some salt, sand, or brine or on the spot. We'll just monitor it if we hear, try to get ahead of it. And that's probably going to happen if the temperatures go down the way they predict they are. So the biggest thing anybody can do if they need to get out and get about is slow down. This is not normal conditions. Just slow down and take your time. And when you go into work in the morning, if you have to work and you can't observe the Martin Luther King Jr. Day, if you got to go to work, just take your time. Just slow down. Give yourself a little bit of time to react.
Newberry County Sheriff Lee Foster. Sheriff Foster, we appreciate you calling in this afternoon and everything you do every day to keep the people of Newberry County safe. Thank you, sir.
Well, we appreciate the folks that look like when we ask people to avoid travel. A lot of people did that, and that makes it a lot safer for themselves. But it does make it safer for those power crews that are out here heroically restoring the power to you.
Absolutely. All right, Sheriff Foster, be safe. Thank you. We're going to start our team coverage in Newberry County with Sheriff Foster. News 19's Julia Kaufman has been there since late last night. She joins us now with more. Julia, the sheriff was just telling us that depending on where you are in Newberry County, it depends on what you're seeing. And at this point, you're in downtown and there are dry streets behind you.
Darcy, we have seen it all today. I mean, it's taken a drastic turn in these past few minutes. It was pouring down rain most of the day, freezing cold. The trees froze over. We saw some snow flurries here and there. And now the sun is trying so hard to peek through those clouds. The wind has died down, as Daniel Bonds mentioned earlier, and things really seem to be getting better for now. We got an update from Newberry's Police Chief Kevin Goodman. He says all traffic lights that were out earlier today are back up and running, but power lines are still down on Wilson Road and Dominic Avenue. So that means there are still road closures in Newberry. Here's what one Newberry resident had to say about the roads here in town.
They've been working on the roads for the last couple days. So as far as I know, whenever I was walking on the sidewalks, it looked like the salt was trying to hold up, but because of the water and everything washing it away, I think people should just kind of, if you don't need to travel, don't, because I mean, it's not easy trying to drive on ice. Snow is different. Ice is a very dangerous creature.
So as we said, things seem to be warming up a little bit. We're seeing the ice literally fly off the trees as it's melting. But the Newberry mayor tweeted out that they're still working to restore power in a couple hundred homes. And as I said, crews are still trying to clear roads here in Newberry. So they're asking you, please do not drive around the barricades they have set up. And as we approach nighttime, that chance for black ice goes up. So still proceed with caution.
Kaufman reporting for us in Newberry County. From there, our team coverage continues in another one of the most northern counties here in the Midlands. We're heading over to Fairfield County, where they're seeing issues with slick roads. They're seeing down trees and down power lines, and that's where News 19's Rachel Ripp is. Rachel, what are you seeing this afternoon?
Hi, Darcy. Now, I'm smiling because, similar to Julia, the sun is coming out here in the area, which is great news. It is getting a little bit warmer. The wind has calmed down a little bit, but it is still cold. It is still icy, and we still see that ice on those trees, on those limbs, and those branches are still falling down on power lines. But it is looking a little bit better as far as conditions. Now, we spoke to one man who had a tree branch actually fall onto his roof of his house. Now, he and his family say they never had problems with their trees before.
We're going to try to go somewhere. We're going to go to some of her relative house, but right now, until the time being. But now, it's not safe to be out here now. You hear the trees and stuff still falling.
Now, Floyd says he's still worried about other trees in his yard falling and caving in on his house. He says he feels it's not safe to be outside. Now, again, that's exactly what law enforcement is telling us as well. They say if you don't have to travel today, don't. Stay inside, stay warm as much as possible. Now, I spoke to the utilities director here in Winsboro. He tells me that number of power outages is actually back up to 2,000. So back to that number that it was earlier that we saw this morning. So those crews are still working to get the lights back on, to get the power back to your homes. So stay safe out there, guys. Reporting live from Winsboro, Rachel Ripp, News 19, WLTX.
We are here on the corner of Lincoln Street in downtown Columbia, and we're starting to see the ice melt off most of the trees, just starting to create quite a wet scene out here. And as there's a lot of water on the sidewalks and roadways, earlier today I spoke with Master Trooper David Jones, who says everyone should be very cautious tonight if they're headed out on the roadways.
Mainly, if you're going to be out and about, limit your distractions, slow your speed. watch for fallen trees. And if power does go out in your area, be mindful that some intersections may not have those traffic control devices. So practice patience. Stay off the roads if you can.
There are cars going behind me now as roads are just wet, but the fear tonight is that black ice will form as temperatures drop. In Columbia, I'm Walker Lawson, News 19 WLTX.
Walker, thank you so much. And as he just mentioned, black ice is going to be an issue tonight in some communities. In case you're caught out on the roads, we've got some tips on how you can drive safely during icy conditions. First, it's recommended not to use your cruise control. This could cause your car to slide. Next, be sure to leave more room in front of you to prevent rear-ending the car that's in front of you. Always accelerate and brake slowly. And finally, stay calm and steer into a skid to help maintain control of your vehicle. A traffic update out of Lexington County. Signal lights on the 4300 block of Sunset Boulevard have been restored. Police say this is thanks to the quick response from Dominion Energy. Lexington County Police remind you to drive carefully through that area. This afternoon, the South Carolina Emergency Management Division tweeted this graphic representing the number of power outages around the state. The agency confirmed at one point more than 100,000 people were in the dark across the state. At last check, Dominion Energy reported nearly 5,600 customers without power, and they're encouraging you to download the app so if your power goes out, you can notify them through the app. Take a look at this video shared by weather watcher Mark Johnston from Blythewood. It looks like there's a small fire, likely caused by the electrical lines and the box in the pine tree. So we've been seeing lots of pictures coming in from you all. Take a look at these pictures from our WLTX Facebook page. As you can see, lots of snow and ice hit the Midlands today. Our weather team is continuing to follow the storm as it is beginning to die down. And of course, when we get these pictures from you, it helps us tell a better story. But we always encourage you to do it safely. Let's take a look at some more of these pictures that have come in. This one out of Elgin. Again, make sure when you post the pictures, you let us know what your name is and what it is that you're wanting us to see. Ice on the tree limbs. We know that that has caused lots of problems. We can just shoot through these pictures, guys. This is Janet from Bishopville showing us some down tree limbs in her area. Let's see what else we have to show this afternoon. Branches breaking off trees on Lake Carolina. We've heard a lot of that. Stormy first snow. This is out of Spartanburg County. It seems like our four-legged friends might enjoy this more than most people. Charles out of Santee sent in this picture. Lots of rain the further south you are with this storm system. So I don't think the folks down in Orangeburg or Santee had too much to complain about. In Elgin, South Carolina, a beautiful picture, but unfortunately the viewer who sent this in said that they lost power. Allison Dalzell says we have no power right now, but here's my picture. So again, we want to remind you, make sure you have the News 19 app downloaded. If you can't watch us on TV, you can keep up with us on your phone. And thanks to all of our friends and family across the state who watch WLTX out of Greenville, sending in that picture. Most of the snow was in the upstate. The Department of Transportation had quite the job in clearing the roads in the upstate. It's been more of a rain, sleet, freezing rain, ice event for us here in the Midlands, and as difficult as it is to maneuver through the snow, it becomes even that more difficult if you're out on wet and icy roads. So we are going to continue to follow the developments, watch these changing photos come in from you all, and hopefully over the next several hours the pictures will be improving, meaning there won't be so much ice on the tree limbs. That means the power won't be going out, and then by tomorrow, hopefully, things will be back to normal. So we're going to wrap up things right now. Encourage you to make sure you've downloaded the News 19 app, our mobile app. It is free. And we're going to also encourage you to make sure you're following us online at WLTX.com. We'll see you again in just a little bit.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your Roku or Amazon Fire device and watch it again right now.